Hey, it's me, Site7, and welcome to part 92 of Limbus Company. Today we have the Twining Threads Intervollo. We're going to see how the sinners are doing post Canto 9. And I'm sure they're going to be suffering from a lot of PTSD. I have some rather sad news. My 26-year-old cat, Molly, died on the 10th of April. So I'm kind of going through some things. You know, what a horrible time for the ring Fauvists to show up, being a little, you know, taxidermy looking artist, man. Oh, it's so... Yeah, thank you guys. It's... man. No, it's rough, you know. When I was in the Navy, you know, I lost people, and this just hurts so much. So much. But we carry on for them, all furry friends. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. The new IDs, I'm gonna save going over them for next week. Which these IDs do look really cool. Maybe a bit morbid. Yeah, I don't know how I like seeing this. Kinda fucked up. You know, that's what the ring is all about. What'd you say you didn't hear? My cat passed away on the 10th of April. 26 years old. That's... People keep telling me that's like a crazy long life. I appreciated every second of it. Yeah, let's go ahead and... Oh, that's cool. Oh. Yeah, let's just truck on, you know? So I'm guessing these threads are gonna be, what, Araya and Ryoshu? It just means the music a little lower. Wait, yeah, why does everything seem so low? Did I do that? Alright. Let's see how the sinners are doing. Oh, okay. Ah, man. There's just there's something kind of weird about life, huh? Alright. The funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. And Molly. But I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Mersault, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette. All manner of questions for pointers. Foreshadowing? Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. You know, this is kind of a rare thing in the city, isn't it? I don't know that the idea of a funeral has ever popped up in Project Moon. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onward. Was it a funeral that's held in Distortion Detective? Oh, I don't remember that. Seems like foreshadowing considering what happened to his mother. Yeah. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? I don't think that's really a funeral, Otis. Carrying a coffin around, swinging it. Thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a... Oh yeah, they don't remember Kathy. Duh. Because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Elf Association's notarization otherwise. Said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She's very dear to Heathcliff. I've thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. What do you think? Did any of the sinners ever bother to ask Heathcliff about what he did to his bat? It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, isn't it? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had been warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bough had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton in their minds was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed in the twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over, every detail, gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave as much room to properly express their condolences back then. Must be tough. Yeah, I can't imagine being the only 2 people to remember somebody. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will. Assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Man, that's tragic. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. Yeah, the sweepers. Yeah, just a matter of convenience, huh? Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere, just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hog-1, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Yikes, man. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. What? What is this word? Yeah, more Hong-Yuan lore. Is this like French? It says pronounced Oshios or Odios. Oh, Audios, duh. Okay. I don't think I've ever seen this word spelled out. Adios foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed? Another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Aw, Hohenheim, you need this too, man. Are those words from his heart? Or just something said to convince himself? I'll go with the latter. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? No. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Yeah, they cremated him. I mean, they're already so far underground, it's not like they can bury them, you know? Conte says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. That's the name of the book he's based on. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. What? Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet? Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Oh, to test him? Huh? Me? Yes, you. LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. I guess she says that with such an awkward smile. Huh? What investigation? What are you... Just rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Ah, good old human experimentation, huh? Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin, and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. Oh, cool. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research. You see? Haha. Mirror World Observatorium, huh? I guess that kind of reminds me a lot of Leviathan. Because that's... No, maybe not. Because Leviathan, the ring didn't really have an observatorium. They were just doing experiments to see people... Or to see how they could, like, overwrite people. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time. Our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own. So just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery award for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion. But the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book, marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Yeah, the Xenon Tortoise Spiral did a number on her. Very true. What's true, your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and whisked, carried really, him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do y'all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Oh, good Hong Lu. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seemed to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Smokes. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa, in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the society? Seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling the signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I'd intended to discuss with you and Sinner Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. Oh yeah, they need to figure out about her memories. I remember that was a question I think everybody had at the end of Canto 9. Exactly what she remembers. And it seems like in the teaser, like everything's been cut away. What kind of assistance? WKOA, says Clockhead. Wait a minute, did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice methods of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. Okay, let's see if Hohenheim can figure it out. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not. Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bowl. You there, why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene, without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Yeah, I don't blame them. Indeed, there's a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble Yellow Harpoon. Seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? Oh, he's turning it against her. For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I would not let somebody say that to me. Or call me that. I've not yet concluded mine exchange with the Yellow Harpoon, but no true knights would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? WKOA, what does that mean? She was just repeating what Dante said. What kind of assistance? Delegating the interpretation of manager's speech to sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh ho, That is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Sinner Ryoshu's. Was that like a game of telephone? That's always a pretty fun game. They're asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It's simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. Ha. In any case, manager, he didn't confirm or deny. This request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and the layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and Sinner Number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Does she even remember? Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? House of Spiders right away. You have assisted enough. Alright, I think Ryoshu is actually just fucking with Hohenheim. Perhaps you could help Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. I'd immediately know. There's one more member you should bring along. Gregor? One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice. Oh yeah, Kira, who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness. This is going to be really cool. Also, I'm curious how they piece together someone who's been halved. Survivor. So we know this is going to be Gregor. Or, I guess I only say that based on the title. Ooh. So pretty. Here, I don't know why the volume is so low. Alright. The place Hohenheim led us looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. The place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? I wonder, since they have like body insurance in the city, do you think you could get like specific body parts insured more than others? Windowless room, thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Ooh, that's a crazy gash. Her was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. Man, that's gotta hurt. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through the center shared vision. Prisoner? Oh, you think this is gonna be like a new center? Add her to the bus? If only. I think we know she's going to the distortion team. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? Okay, surprised that her bisection doesn't have any burns. I don't know, maybe that's something they ended up treating? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We're waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what's she even doing here? There's work to be done, contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hold on, can I ask why she still has a weapon? That doesn't seem smart for a prisoner at all. Onheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you'd have already been disposed of. Upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Damn, that's cold. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Onheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. With Kira, it almost felt as if he'd traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. Yeah, I imagine Onheim's probably pissed off about Martin. And rightfully so. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live. Not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. A bazillion, huh? So you anticipated some form of corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle, these two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Oh, that's what Ayan did. That's what Ayan did to Bina. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks, and stimulations, and of course procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. So freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too is a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more with your capabilities than my own. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Hero was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. Well, a little more than stabbed. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that. To aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Ha, family. Coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out. That fucker Matthias. It's a GB, only by technicality. Great brother. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising, it's the ST for the bowl cut too. Same thing? Same tastes? Oh, young Groshu, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? Point is, you're taking too long. You can't decide whether you want to live or die. I can shorten the hesitation. CQ, or I'll sink right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right. This is instant. Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. That is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked? Victors who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, Sync. That's so random. Who even says that? Yoshi didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. Oh, interesting. Right, because that was another question we had at the end of Canto 9. Is if Ryoshu even remembered Araya. Because she's still talking in the abbreviation way that Araya taught her. Was this really the right call? There were probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. After tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle of sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides, no, better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause... Well, cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. That's kind of crazy. What the hell? Can't even unsheath it. You won't be able to use it without authorization. Oh, that's awesome. The code has been slightly adjusted. ... Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. Made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Dude, she's sniffing. Ooh. Wayfarer. Oh yeah, one of the new ideas, there were like these blue people. Oh, still no Gregor. Let's do... We'll do a ring team.
자, 흔들어 보죠.
잘 됐네.
Oh yeah, Wayfarer Corp? The Aspirant W Corp? Oh yeah, I think that's right. What did I say? Took down all of his art. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere, and the endless stretch of the corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were fixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people thither be? Oh, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of like the back rooms. You know, you guys have seen the liminal space horror Among Us. I know they kind of do that because if these are the blues guys that are mentioned in the Ring Nurse Father Honglu ID, then it kind of sounds like what they're doing going through the corridors is literally exploring the back rooms. So that's awesome. SCP? Oh yeah, that's another good one too. Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Feel like that's intentional given the back doors. Yeah, now that we actually see them, I get that. That's awesome. That's so cool. Which I think there's like a Backdoors movie that's supposed to come out soon, right? That'll be cool to see. Her guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. Seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has on prior occasion been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common. Oh, that's crazy. Given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Dude, that's so cool to like see. I mean, we know that's kind of what's been happening, but damn, that's awesome. Because I mean, what do you guys think are the chances that the new Lobotomy Corp is located in the L Nest? I'm kind of curious about that. I remember. That company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. And these are the manager and the centers of the LCB department, Field Operations Unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operations units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Alright, that's pretty badass. Likewise. Dude, those are some big hands. Like, look at his hands compared to Faust. It would take Faust, like, 2 hands to fill those gloves. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. Heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalize on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products. And the profits were nothing short of staggering, I'd heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. What's that product part about? The monolith! The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Faust. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Preston seemed particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. Faust. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He's referring to the Monolith Sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director. Wait, did they change his name again? Hold on, I have to double check. W check? Yeah, they changed his name back. That's awesome. Hubert and Herbert. I like Hubert more because it's a really funny play on words with how T-Corp, doesn't have color. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? This is his real name? No. If you remember, there was a... was it when the TKT Bokgok released? Project Moon at that same time was like, oh, his name was actually supposed to be, like Herbert the whole time. But there's like a miscommunication with, I guess, the English translation? I don't know, it was something like that. If I remember correctly. We've reviewed the agreements. Now understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect. As detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Unk and his room. Unk, huh? I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's a gathering material. Your only wish is to see your boy Gregor awake? I know, me too. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that? She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some back streets area. The back streets. Any more details? Can you stop prying? Your look keep pissing me off. Ooh, that's a scary look. What? That's literally all I've got, for real. For a moment, Ellen leveled Kira with a stiff expression. Ooh. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard, it was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... Kira reeled from the unexpected strike. Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? All that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Smile. Alright, so Alan's kind of a psycho, isn't he? Dot dot dot. Team leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, you understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I'll keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back. Akira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So frickin' annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though, what was that? He exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Senator Ryoshu, give Manager Alan whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left. I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But I have no idea where they actually lead. It's all blurry. Seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. What? That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company as a backdoor mapping progress. It's literally the back doors. I love it. Or the back rooms. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. What does that mean? Beat him to Big Bird. Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Senator Ryoshu mentioned. You don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. A whale? What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. Man. I've got some... Oh, there's a snake back there. Yeah, they got some very unique animals. Oh, is that like the headless fish? Like his neck? Felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, the scale is just insane. That's the whale from Aid Association Great Lake, special issue. Kira, who seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder, ooh, solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. Oh, I don't like that at all. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not, duh. The Robo-Unk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead. Meh, still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The Eye of a Second Kindred, of House Teeps? What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things. Starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Wait, they just have a hand up here. Wait, that's kind of like, have you guys seen, I don't remember if it's like a meme thing, but someone just put like a banana on a white canvas and then taped it up there and was like, voila, arts. It's kind of what that feels like, huh? How did Kira tell what Dante was saying? Wait, what? Oh, yeah, what? The comedian, that's the name? Wait, yeah, you're right. She kind of did answer Dante, didn't she? Huh. Do you guys think we're gonna run into a maestro? Alan? We will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Oh no, they have a red button up there. Alright, chat, don't press it. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Oh. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks, staring directly at us. That presence, it's kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers who wore a peculiar bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. Who came through that door? Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? Oh, Ryoshi knows him? Oh, or not. Oh, well, no, her memories, duh. You. Who are you? Alright. Makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's furious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. Or that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right. Emily Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Alright, I like it. This character's kinda cool. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse father's. Don't presume. I only remember you because of the tactility of hides and guts, made for a passable AW. Artwork? At first glance, it looked like Ryoshi was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. The lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Don Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members an incensed glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, quickly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes? Okay. Will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Oh, to unleash Arayashiki? Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, it seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshi's blade, Arayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. Or practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. Is it improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed? Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshi is the wielder of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us. You know, they'd probably turn Dante into like a grandfather clock, you know? But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Does it matter if I'm sat or not, clock? Think of that woman as a Laheng, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Uraishiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the Maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. Oh, so this is a female? Yeah, that woman as Laheng. Well, that kinda scares me. As for the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the school of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emily Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at that. Acquiring the Uraishiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste... Uh-oh. Confusion flickered across Ryoshi's face. She tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Uraishiki no longer exists, so why? Is pronounced Benoa? Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, I have no idea. Benoa. I'm going to write that down so I don't forget. Why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshu recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash. But the Maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed it, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student, and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. Maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty. Then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread. It felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw, bound not by bone, but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The thrice coiled ring on her ring finger gave up a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with the sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long, serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the Nurse Fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go, step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. Ooh. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. Kira! Okay, I was not expecting the snake head to be this big. But look at that, it looks like it's erupting from the maestro. And then coming down to bite. And the one who intercepted the blow, ha, shit, was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her steel-sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit. This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. Oh, she's all hoodied up. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Godric, is that you? Godric the Grafted. Aha, you must be the new kit Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it, they're defo gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Heh, must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavioral facets of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Nah, shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready. Lifting locks, now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoa's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? This foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. I think Kira's rubbed off on Don Quixote a bit. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the Maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. No, Don! Ready to initiate a lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Oh, we don't leave her behind here. Kira, too, seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. Such a dumbass. What was I thinking? Diving in like that. Dude, don't just stand there. Get over here now. Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You... TTM. Want to get cleaved in half again? Pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Plucking the maestro's arm by her hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after these sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the maestro could cross over. Hole cut. Think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case... Oh, is he going to use Malkuth? Guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Oh, maybe not. I guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager? I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hang on. I just need to finish this bite. Everyone to me. Oh, but yeah, he did Malkuth. Kira. Ooh, no longer the middle House of Spiders or Fingers? LCE question mark. These guys look crazy. Impulsive Faubus, Student of the Ring. Oh yeah, these guys are bleed sinking. Malt color Rouge. Next stack 9, 1 hit, gain 1 bleed potency for every 3 stacks once per turn. Turn end, gain 1 defense level down next turn for every 4 stacks, max 2. Some say that the ring's paint is made from the same base material as augmentation tattoos. They're both nigh indelible pigments that take considerable effort to erase, let alone bleach. Oh, so like their hint when they hit you, it like inks your body. Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, new piano music. Yeah, this is pretty sick. Leave Provismi, paint and unfurl. Deal plus 10% damage for every 3 mauled color on target, max 30. Target has 6+ bleed plus sinking, coin power plus 1. Less than 50% HP, or if the target has 5+ mauled color, use coin 3 in additional times and convert all coins on the skill to unbreakable. Patch lose doesn't stagger and doesn't trigger sinking. Passives Rouge. Before hitting, if the target does not have bleed, inflict plus 3 bleed count once per turn per enemy. Euphabism Masque de Chien. On hit with a skill, inflict Malt Color Rouge. Gain 1 attack power up next turn for every 4. The first step is always but a single animal. And with every quest for art and farity, another beast is layered atop the previous specimen. Altering inspiration. Okay, these guys have a blue. When hit, gain 1 seeking potency for 3 stacks once per turn. Turn end at 5+ stacks, lose 5 sanity. Yeah, sanity. If the middle uses their tattoos for self-augmentation, does that make the rings tattoos more brands that, when forcibly applied, weaken their enemies? Seems that way. Sure, read that. There are beasts that fall in and out of vogue within the school of Fauvism, yes, but a true artist must take fierce pride in that single animal as the underdrawing which best represents their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast, flit from beast to beast, as though the self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and discarded. Yeah, I really like their design and theme. Horrible timing, considering. You're not artificial intelligence? Altered. That's definitely not something AI would say. Sorry, I want to make sure she doesn't have any flavor text added to her. Nope. I got pulverized in a cutscene. True. Do you guys think we're gonna end up fighting the Maestro? I bet so. Just say I'm halfsies. Oh, Kira. I mean, at least she's making jokes about it. I've been halved, do we? You guys have a favorite, like, school of art for the ring? Because what have we seen so far? We've seen Quintilism, Fauvist, and Corpus. Oh, look at the scratches showing our stacks. Okay, that's awesome. Hirochi's got paint on her head.
양밤이 떠올랐어요.
That would seem a lot more interesting than the others for you. Yeah, they definitely have a very unique look to them. And also, just the way that they, like, wear their art is really interesting to me.
저희 뼈로 혈관에 돋게. 나쁘지 않아요.
I also like the idea of them using outskirts. Oh, nice. We can do closing time to finish this. Surely.
항상 저희 영감을
you got away.
도와주시는군요.
Music going hard as usual. Hey, the Ring always has the best music to it, don't they? Oh, we see Ring musicians. It's only for the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We're merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me, weirdos? Would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD? Slam dunk? What's that? Same difference. Alright, that was close. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's W-A. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Smile. I like being in the 85%. It's pretty nice. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. His Falvis won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? Foreshadowing? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Oh, I don't like that. Are you saying more might come? Corridors and back doors has always been the Ring's turf, Clock. And those Falvist beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the Ring. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, I skipped that. Oh, that's actually really cool. Because that means that factions could come and go within the Ring. As, like, different art styles maybe, like, fade away. I wonder if that means that they tend to fight with each other a lot. Why does Alan look like Emma from Ruina? Probably the hands. Or just being insanely tall. Like, look at that. He's almost taller than Dante's Flames. They've got that much history. They must know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. Ellen clarified what Ryoshi was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on at the House of Spiders so soon. They could always rush for a surprise attack, though. Even that Fauvis Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. Yeah, me too. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Yoshi lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint. 'Twas seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Kinda messed up. Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshi was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshi, do you? Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. He gives you Hopkins vibes.
세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Relics and the sign. As a spider's forward base. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company, following Operation Spider Pyre. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Regular phenomena? An example. Research subjects, such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner number 11 sign and the manifestation of possible future. Smoke War number 2. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along in either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest. Scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Grushu. Expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Grushu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. Oh, Vespa. It was Vesta Crabrow, with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Ah, manager. Oh no, what did he do? Charon snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Vespa, how could you? Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Verge, kick his ass. Ooh, who would win? Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or it'll put me in a tough spot. The hell was that? Understood. Charon. Charon, super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day. No. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep, mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Charon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgil looked on with an inscrutable expression as Charon peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Virgil keeps like emergency candy to make sure Charon's happy. That's pretty cute. Veska gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute, I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Oh, Vespa. Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack too, Verge. Kick his ass. Radia Romanovic. I'm aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're rating the LCE's supplies as well? Chill, that's totes been agreed upon, MK. Besides, that's that and this is this. Oh! Black Silence Radia confirmed? Lines on Virgil's brow look deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. No, not TikTok. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility of the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Well, we saw the sign on Damien and Rim and Sonia. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of these sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. There were more individuals bearing signs. There would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Oh yeah, Sanson too. Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair said? Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Wow, that's a very frightening prospect, isn't it? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to the subject before Radia gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Do you guys think, what are the chances that Radia ends up, like, getting a sign herself later on? Because I don't think we know if people are born with it or if it's something they can develop. I guess that's a question I have. Dante saying, not Damien? Yeah, Dante was mentioned as having the sign too. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. You think it's low? Some sinners were stated to have potential to awaken it by Sonia and Canto too. 0% it's a destiny thing. I don't know, I'm curious about that. Whether or not Project Moon will take it in that direction. Right. Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Cromer, but Sanson's dragging us into his story. Those could be it. Aye, that doth seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is, at best, grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that? The bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign's working may be equivalent to those as singularities or relics. Maybe, but you kind of like the idea of her realizing not anyone should be special. Yeah, I like that too, for sure. And I also don't wonder if it's one of those things where, you know, if everybody is special, then yeah, like if everybody is special, then nobody is, if that makes sense. As no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean... Haha, I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I sat close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back actually. Bao said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? Oh yeah, that's a weird... That seems like a rabbit hole of thinking that I don't even want to go down at the moment. Paradox, it would seem. In such a case. That Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. Oh, small text. What comes first, the Sinclair or the egg? That's awesome. Its future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation. Then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, to diminish, to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again, more of that nonsense only you lot understand. Boy, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? And some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Oh, do the decapitation. Heard you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mang technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glowing ring stuff? Or ring thing? Yep, glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? Thought. This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Oh, Virgil's here. He should be able to tell us. Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes your real tough's one part of it. But there's gotta be more, right? The flashy aura is Shin. Dunno. Could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it. That Black Coney leader, that Laheng prick, and the nurse fathers we fought. A whole lot of them's finger, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. True. And Virgil too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top and trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turn their gaze toward Virgil and Vespa. Snacking away. Only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. Rumor among fixtures, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it. How-to tips, really? Spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracked. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid? Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up ore farmed with a shiny mang wrapped around the weapon. Aura farming? Must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Video tape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from FB, relieving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me, when I return I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. Or Dawn. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. Someone on their team is paid to keep up with social media and its newest terms to write. My vision's going fucking blurry. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. Wait, what? Wait, Otis knows about it. There's no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it? Regarding that, Team Leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgil's lips. Yeah, doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon, Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yiseng's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Because he's the weakest. Poor guy. Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame that. Would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Meng. No, he had flavor text that said something really funny about that. Papa never taught me to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. Ha, it wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vespa's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. This man just hates the fingers in general. I think most people in the city hate the fingers because of how violent they are. Want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you'll be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal, closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Red eyes? Looking comfortable because the managers and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line, and you will be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virgil said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Onheim and Ryoshu returned. Oh yeah, I don't need no Shin crap. What the hell? Renketsuin? What's that? Sorry, I was looking it up. Huh, I don't know. Let's find out. The reference to the status effect she gets in 950's second phase. Oh, I was gonna say the word looked familiar, but I couldn't remember where it came from. To present the conclusion first. No, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Richard's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver, almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. Assume they asked whether it can be revived, or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero, given the limits of today's technology and conditions. Oh, but one day, we researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the elite people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? ... There's no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for a scientist to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread. Something that could lead to restoring Sinner Ryoshu's memories. Though again, that too is merely a possibility. Ooh. A thread? Far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. You should still be in the Ring Nurse Father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there, tapping his mouth shut, as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. Dude, what about Gregor? But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right. Sorry. Forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. Prisoner of War Executive Manager? Otis's face. We talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Just remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you'll be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hands shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. Yeah, Otis would never do that. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. I keen on how I just kill over the moment you summoned me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrape it out myself. Probably don't need me to come along then. Guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. Ooh, what do you think Yiseng is working on? Haha, I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow, if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Saru, the dog.
싱싱한 풀이 보이네.
You've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates? Doors? Yup. That door over there? Pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in, all hyped about some canned whatever it was. That wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle. Papa would go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by Thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door. Hiro is now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seems solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. He's far more cooperative than anticipated. Even after that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you think she'd clam up out of spite. Wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know? Alright then. Based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. Start with the closest one. It's smart. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to, here she suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. You recognize that door? Yeah, let's explore the back rooms. I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had... Oh. Look at a glitch effect going on. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory painted over in parts slipped into my mind. It's gonna be the dog. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now. Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. A park somewhere. in this place is. Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest, most likely a park. Every solid walk in here is dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk, the past Ryushu mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Oh, what? Sorry, I heard a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Aww. Poor doggo. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there is connected to a park. We can go right now. Ryushu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike thee, young Ryushu. A clock. Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. Tisk. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Honglu. Which probably means... Why are y'all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Dayu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. That's just crazy timing, you know. That's exactly how I felt about how I feel about Molly. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. No, don't say that. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how can such a wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto... Oh. Yeah, I already know what this is. Callisto offered a solution, said he would give me a gift the next day. What I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade, a Canto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Man, Callisto sucks. That's actually so fucked up. Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. Yeah, he would be alive, because he does the corpus shit. Project Moon the Pen. No. We know Callisto is always a bad guy, and I mean, we heard this story before. But it's being compounded, you know, because now we're getting information that, like, he would whine and yelp like a blade. It's just an additional cruelty that we were spared earlier. That Canto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. Right nutter, that psycho. Dude. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after hearing all that. Why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest. If you're seeing something like that, you'd want to steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other Ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that. But yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes, for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. The finest appeal in those grotesque creations? From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, there's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks cause night terrors and nightmares for... is she gonna say Araya? Scabbard moved, and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares in the House of Spiders? There's actually someone who got scared of Ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. Oh, why? Why their music? She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Oh, it's Araya. Mommy. What's wrong? Over there. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. You've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation arts of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Oh, she's holding her. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. Is it the art Honglu makes? I don't remember the arch having so many arms in it. It was more like heads. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste, it doesn't mean Araya will. Wah, sniffle. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No. Too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it'd never truly reach her. I see. This hollow void, this must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. Oh, it did have a lot of arms and the arch base had the skulls? Okay. Yeah, it must have been that art installation. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up at stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How'd they get in here? Startled, Hira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? So not say thou hast sealed the door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more? Ooh, helmet on? Probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the Ring Nurse Father's artworks. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo Unk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Ha. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques? Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfair and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. Radio didn't buzz with the sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. Yeah, these guys aren't new. How are you guys feeling about this Intervollo so far? I think this has been pretty damn good. I gotta say, it is weird how close to home it's hitting for my current situation. Wraps up Ryushi's art. Yeah, that's something I was hoping for. With a Babu out of 10. There, I can't wait to fight another Maestro. It's also kind of funny to see a ring-on-ring violence. For violence.
보여드려야겠군요. 외면의 예술을. 전부 본인의
Feels like Canto 9 Part 4. You know what? That's actually a really good description. It does. Oh, what the heck?
이제 친해졌네요.
That was a pretty cool animation. Did any of you pull for the new IDs? Or I guess it's only one, and then the other one's an event ID, isn't it?
전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
I'm pretty curious how good they are.
영감이 떠올랐어요. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 바이올렛. 그 소재 가져갈래요. 저희 뼈로 틀을 잡고 이제야 친해졌네요.
How's it that you get his skill 2-2 to pop off? Target has 5+ types of negative effects. Use installation art number 3. Oh, okay.
항상 저희 영감을 일깨워
got
주시는군요.
With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? And she kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately no other ring members were in sight. Looking for the maestro. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave, had more of the sods legging it in from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? A room resembling a shopping mall, one filled with batches of toys on display. The company, if I recall correctly, designated it as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Also Kira's place. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We're planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all their connection loci. The cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like, hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. Never once regarded that fucker's room as a home. My memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
I doubt many people pulled for her. How much do you actually need for the new Mersault one? 1K.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not. I spied thither half of thy worldly possessions. Articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. Damn, they're a little behind in video game technology, aren't they? Why don't they just have Steam? Not talking about my toy box, okay? I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone, the couch too. As Kira said, only conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those? LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. The spoils of war, huh? As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah? Otis seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows, with sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? Never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you all about what I know, so come this way if you want in. These two doors here, made from paper and wood, they connect to S Corp. And that one reinforced with steel. That one leads to V Corp back streets, where who lived here made frequent use of the doors herself. Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. No, this isn't anything new, but I've gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals, too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Or is it as simple as turning the knob and entering? Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. Oh, there's always a cost, Heathcliff. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. Well, this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided. To understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. Oh, liminal space? It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secure. You know what, this in and of itself would also be a really cool Project Moon game. Being a Wayfarer Company and exploring liminal space, fighting monsters. Yo, sign me up. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. Must be one of his precautions, just in case. Oh yeah, what if wherever they go is like filled with poison? Or there's no atmosphere at all. Or no oxygen. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I'd expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. It's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. Is that a car? Followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my one of my clock hands. Ooh, U-Corp? This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute, it's that place, isn't it? The port ship that has Saloon du Molière, the private hair salon. No way. Okay, do we run into Ricardo? What are the chances? Oh wait, does Heathcliff still have the hair coupons? Are we about to get dude up? Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Yeah, Ricardo, get in here. I like the idea of Project Moon somehow incorporating Ricardo into every single Intervollo. Oh, doth it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious. Quoted with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff? Yet total annihilation. That to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge. Ah, bugger it. Ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, then can I use them? We were regulars at that Moliere place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor, then he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see. So what am I even yapping about all excited? Kira, who seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause, like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed the pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But it's also true, these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why's it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you that unesthetic bowl cut? The heck's a bowl cut? Bro, listen. Like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Ryoshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If her conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. I mean, it's pretty funny. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along at first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer inwards at the interests of the family. Yeah. Wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days. Or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day, I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest? Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? that I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I never even thought of wanting to go to school. Dias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Ryoshi's face. Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, "I'm off to school, Dad," in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't... Skira went on. Ryoshi's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshi didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institute that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the ring. Why would that be blocked out? Academy? Sure was a school, not like an art academy or something like it? Wait, that kind of makes more sense, yeah. Must have been an academy, not a school. I was gonna say, there was kind of... that was the Rings music that was playing in the background. Academy of Art. Huh. She muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. No, please. Ah. Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to a school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest's formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rian and his pointless... But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send... Oh, Rian. I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. Alright, I don't like the idea of this at all. Children under the Ring's tutelage, like an entire academy. The beeper. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescript, by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice, of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Gusto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. Well, that's not right. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to the lectures and spout purple prose, all the while making pin cushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corporist techniques. Now, take a good look at the diagram here. Then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and miffed child. I don't know why we're even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Picky child, right? I don't get what the point of this slog is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Nah, you mad because your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as... Ow. Was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Oh no. Do you think she's gonna tell Matthias, and then Matthias is gonna like destroy the school? Because that was something in the Canto 9 teaser where it's like, if anybody messes with you, just let me know. Oh shit. Oh, I don't like where this is going. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike. That's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy. You're home early? Oh man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You've got dust all over. Oh yeah, she does. Got into a fight. A fight? Oh shit, the glasses are off. Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? It didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek. Oh no. But it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Daddy'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. Oh man. I ain't seen what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. True? Heh. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there, with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family. That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Okay, I mean, at least it's not the kids. Huh? There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. I mean, it's fucking traumatizing a class of kids. So fucked up. Dad? I know. Said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there are so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As for the instructors, well, anyone would agree that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. Damn, look at that cut on the wall. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I vied out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna. Yoshihide? I don't want to go to an academy. I don't want to go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. Araya. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze toward Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least— no, not at all, Otis. The least awful parental figure in your childhood. The least awful? I mean, they all like sucked in different ways. Huh? Yeah. Didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf? Yeah, but he also turned her dog into a weapon. Like a living weapon. Oh? Hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Oh, what the fuck? I knew this was coming. Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Could have spared us the details, alas. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Oh, what about the lusciousness? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Yeah, do just be giving her traumas as gifts. Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look there. Those blokes walking out of the salon. Oh. I was expecting it to be Ricardo. Travis, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Rings art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Fauvist scale. However, curious evidence, such as their masks and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they're in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB, speaking to Team Leader Allen, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. And why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop. Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene, and bros and sisters of the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. I've already drawn the Ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Now, why not? Just repopulate the place. Sounds like you've got a GI. Talk. A good idea. Ever played whack-a-mole? They quite give ourselves a countdown. Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. She puts forth the sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Alright, enter a docent or a maestro. Well then, let's do as Kira says. Question mark? That was quick. Ellen blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the Ring. This location, you say? Wait. That door leads to a zone under a Syndicate or a Wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here, then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. Wasn't long before the Fauvist began rushing in through the open door. I don't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but it can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. That's gotta be a bit weird, huh? Yeah, this is one of my favorite themes from Canto 9. You know what, maybe even in general.
나쁘지 않네.
아이, 짜증나게.
알바나 듣고 나쁘지 않아요.
대가리 딱 떼도
Imagine being in the toilet and just falling asleep because Dante summoned you. It's definitely a convenient power for Dante, but very weird for the sinners.
남았어도. 자, 사랑으로 정의 이름으로. 보여드려야겠군요. 외면의 예술을. 미안. 네, 전부 본인의.
Man, I'm a little worried that these enemies being so easy means that we're gonna get absolutely pummeled, or whatever the,
그걸로 하지.
as Kira would put it, the raid boss is gonna be for this Intervollo. I'm really hoping for Ricardo.
아르카나 피트.
And they really just spam Malkuth with no
부족해
repercussions.
차려졌지 않아. 겉에
You know what? That was never mentioned. I don't know. It kinda seems like it.
무슨 일 있었던 겐가?
Oh, closing time.
대가리 딱 떼도
저의 뼈로 틀을 잡고 이제야
Yeah,
친해졌네요.
you know what? You would think, lore-wise, you know, we only get so many activations per day. So yeah, that is a good point.
항상 이제야 친해졌네요.
Like what? We're only up to 2 a day?
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는
Miseries.
마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
That was a very weird cutoff point. Okay, and that about wraps up the middles corridor. So are we going to all of them? We gotta do what? Index, thumb, and pinky still? Thanks to you folks who managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. All thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the thumbs corridor. We actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in its basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Yeah, that. In the thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the thumbs members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. Last entry was written not so long ago. The contents of the notes weren't all that interesting. They helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. Valencina's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time? Huh. Useless shit? Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket cords. Marked any doors that need work with the drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. Whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Talon seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Calling our conversation with Cicero back at P-Corp, the deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Oh, is this the place? Rumbling corridor of the Thumb Nurse Father. I think this is where we fought Gregor. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's the detective. Some stubbly guy I don't know. And that annoying, airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Lu, respectively. Gregor. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Haha, fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the third time it's occurred. What to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. Wait, Moses is doing the consultation? Man, Gregor's got it tough. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. In a way, you know what to do, right? But any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. He had to watch footage? Dude, why would they do that to Gregor? That seems kind of fucked up. Look at you now. We're right where it happened. But your arm is stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. Sure about eavesdropping on him like this? The geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. Sharing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshi's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Oda stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now, let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. Ow. I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? Can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb, counting down to unleash a disease. You never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Because Heathcliff saw it firsthand. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that, at present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. Still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to... No matter what lurks in the pasts of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? Yeah, what did Otis do? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. What the heck? It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. That is true, they kind of killed each other at the start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you all as my comrades, and I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreets thugs with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. That same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, that the thought alone made me hope. Exception? A potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Yi Sang, made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. Lucio. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on, and nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Lest you kick me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the dangers of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Or deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses's, Otis, and even Valencina, that piece of work. Can't attach a number to our misfortunes, as if they're something to be measured. True? When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distanced you from the past, you come to a pause, despair look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. Alright, that's kind of funny, considering Ezra. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses's. Wait, what? Oh, Moses. I'm just saying it wrong. My bad. I've talked too much. Moses. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Oh. Ah, man. They knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to... Ah, well. Would have had to share this with Manager Bud or the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? TA, tagging along? Temporary ally. Dang it. No. Temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Hoo-hoo. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumb's nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No, duh. Duh? That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You think I'd just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Poor Gregor. Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Oh, that's fucked up. He's referring to himself as an it? Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? But bro, the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Ha. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question toward you, Sinner Ryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Thumbner's father showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Guess I do remember. Don't even need Clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch. Fucking fly? Where did those G-Corp bucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. Should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission, boy. They really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages for you. Is this kid serious? I got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the field. Well, okay. Never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight, and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah. Fighting in the war took a lot out of her, and left her perpetually exhausted. But as she marched every battle with a smile, stop drinking, stop beating me, too. Like a blissful idiot, I forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. That's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, why though? Sure, I was on the losing side. But wasn't Valencina on the winning side? A war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulation that prevents Smoke War participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there, too. But doesn't that mean the back door will drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Are we sure this is a good idea? Wait, me? Yes. Others can do it for you, but what would be the point? Sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? Probably his trauma? Oh, it's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorph at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of M-Corp's psychotherapy centers. Fine, then guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Toma, why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. Oh, Yuri. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Herman? Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday. Valentina. Can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You're nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream. But I was still... Memories? Oh, we get Gregor.
연구자에게 자꾸 물리력을 취급하게 하는 건 좋지 않다만.
He's got to be an active participant, huh?
자,
내가
문을 열시.
기다려라, 거태. 곧 먹이를 먹여주지.
An office building somewhere. Oh, no smoking. Gregor, put that out. This place. Oh yeah, so this is... I think this is gonna be a G-Corp? It's just a boring old office. It's kinda ready to be shook. Thinking we're about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Oh, who's that guy? That was a little bit of a jump scare. Huh. Of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. My desk was over there. Here's the tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Let you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Power-ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire," and I'd scuttle, don't say scuttle, right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right. But I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager, Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There's an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. Really is you, Gregor? And I see some new faces with you. Oh wait, you folks must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. Well, so how have you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? Haha. I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. Aw. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that, commemorative coin. Some kind of metal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with that higher shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Bet you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah blah blah. Preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Alright, that's really fun. I'm gonna have to steal that line. His seat misses his ass. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas and Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lying in his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing to fix our office for a partnership project. And there's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? He's the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. But anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kinda like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them, kinda like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, Backstreet's kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I'll look back and it's all doom and gloom, you know? If you've ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. Said something like that before, yeah. Yeah. Guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me, running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. That's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got there. No worries, but it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Oh yeah, he didn't even say anything about that, did he? So that's just Moses being a detective. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former coworker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. Hoo-hoo. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Yeah, seeing the mundanity of a city office building is so jarring. It is, isn't it? But I think this is like pretty common in the nests. Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former coworker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I, we're both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Well, hold on. Did anybody mention to Gregor that there's a possibility for a second smoke war? Kind of feel like that's gonna set him off. Manager Bud? Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life, it seems to be the best answer for now. Want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still live on. Just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, though, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. It's maybe no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Oh. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by that Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. Ooh, do you think she's lying? So I stayed, and oh man, it's those asshats again. Weird. The corridor is not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests, oh no, have decided to visit us through a different door. Look past Otis just in time to see more Fauvists pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the ring in Nurse Father's corridor. Well, can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all. Damn, Dante. Dante didn't even ask that time.
감상은 어떤가요?
통상 배터리 전 시퀀스 작동.
볼래? 브레이크 슬램!
Yeah, like you said, you wanted some Otis crumbs. I mean, she said a lot about traders and stuff in this Intervollo, which
부족해 찾아섰지 않나.
사랑으로! 정일!
doesn't feel like it bodes well.
어디 시험해 보지.
혀! 아르카나 빛! 금차! 남았어도 이 정도쯤은 아이씨 짜증나게.
Oh yeah, I need to check on how much reward stuff we've got.
미안. 네. 전부 본인의
감상은 어떤가요? 들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황 볼고
I want to see how the new
스물네
event
개골이
ID
자르는
does.
기아의 멜로디가.
Did you guys notice how the Balbismer's soul? His animations are like he's got like 2-star animations, you know?
아이씨 짜증나게.
Especially when you compare him to Radia's.
예술적.
지원하지.
대가리 딱 떼도
훌륭한 단말만해요.
I'll take one from I'll help you to the best of my ability because I'm such a good human to ordering genocide. I mean, the Falvis do suck. Like, this is pretty weird art.
작품 완성.
보여드려야겠군요.
돌아가면 의견을 나누.
외면의 예술을.
지원하지.
Like, this is weird.
대가리 딱 떼도
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕히.
항상
Now that's art.
저희 영감
Oh, he smoked them all.
일깨워 주시는군요.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해
Surprised I haven't seen
인정받은
anybody
세 가지
mention
작품을
furries.
뜻하죠. 비록
Ooh, index.
지금 제
Oh, no.
작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
Prescript chasing proselyte.
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
우동환자가 없다면 내가 해결해야겠지.
Oh, this is the last places. Oh no, we had the pinky after this. Once we dealt with the Falvis who invaded the Thumner's father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes. It ran into a few familiar faces, waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something. So I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. Should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Yeah, I was in the toilet, Dante. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm tagging along because I need some exercise. That's all. Appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor? I hang out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... no, that wasn't the mask dude. There was this other, it's Sora. Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index Apprentice. Oh, pray tell, wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and the pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my recollections, yet find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. Representations of the Pinky and the Index's apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. Refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. That is true. Her and her ego. Well, the Arashiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with a critical part missing in between. Yeah, she's been erased. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see. So that way it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Ryoshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed, forever beyond repair, you think that neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Dude, it's almost like we're twining threads. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. Dio? There's plenty already. Oh, trade-off? Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. Now, I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. Foreshadowing? TPU. They rarely gather in big groups. She said that's pretty unlikely. Ow! What was that for, Ryoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I won't STS. I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear, this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm. Here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but Scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her, somehow. Araya? Wait, that voice just now. It sounded a lot like Araya's. Dante, you saw that too, right? Urshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozen of doors we'd walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. Oh, his dungeon! What is that? He's got a goblin? I think this leads to a basement. It emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the Mastunk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Signs of life. There were people living down here up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We're only executing the prescript. Had it with these prescripts. Though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food. And the cells were all completely empty save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It's likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Yeah, so this is in the Ring Nurse Father's uptie story. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. It sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Freaking annoying, man. What the heck are you doing? Cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griefer body blocking in the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. What? Oh, what do you... What did Otis just let slip? I mean, prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Dude, I'm telling you, Otis is part of the prescripts, or the index. Otis is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Rihanna's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Hiroshi's memories. Alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Poseidon? Eight enemies.
대가리 딱 떼도
Oh, I need to look at the background. I can see bodies and cells.
전이 시퀀스 작동.
Dude, I can't wait to meet Zeus. Some pretty frightening gods that could show up on Ares, god of war.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Read the skills for flavor text. Hey, we've seen these before, haven't we? We can, though. So, prescript delivered on paper slits. Some of you may already be aware that the prescripts are delivered through various means. Of these, the paper slip is the most commonplace, and the most preferred by many. Will of the prescript? And the question we must ask is, how many forms might the prescripts take? Do they all flow from a single origin, or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society for the Research of the Index. Oh, maybe I haven't read these, because I don't think I've ever heard of that. Now, would you like to join us and explore the answers together? A modest blade. Oh, hold on. Proselyte's blade. A modest blade, unassuming and unworthy of note. Yet in following the prescript, the fulfilling of its directives, the aid of messengers that emerge from unseen places, the teachings of the proxies, is it slowly perfected into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness. Yeah, I don't think we have read that before. Entities, huh?
양반이 떠올랐어요.
if we'll ever meet a Hercules type character in Odysseus' chapter.
아이씨,
I
짜증나.
wonder if that's what Hurt Canto is going to be all about, is meeting various entities.
합격장.
As a Prescript Research Society? Yeah, apparently.
이 정도쯤이야?
지원하지.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
I wonder what other ways you can get prescripts.
비뚤어졌구려.
Because we know the beepers and paper slips.
정예, 이름으로.
I think there could be like TV screens.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
Phone calls.
아차!
지원하지. 어디 시험해 보지.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 대파.
통상 배터리. 일시방.
You don't know who's first person to know about this?
훌륭한
Yeah, I don't know where the
단말이지.
flavor text comes from.
완성되었나?
지원하지.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
지금이다. 해골 바가지, 거미 대가리. 차!
혀! 아르카나 빛! 차!
I wouldn't mind being a part of the Index Research Society.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕히.
항상 저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
예술적이네요.
Oh, Araya. What's up there? You speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Di Hui star. Come on, it's not like I wanted it to be the Di Hui star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's there, up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. What? Aren't you even a little curious? Or bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록
Into
지금 제
oblivion and
작품이 만인의
silence.
신금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네.
잘 됐네.
Yeah, that's a reasonable fear. If they learn too much, they might become a target of the prescripts. I'm getting kind of scared for Otis's Canto. Or like even more so.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
전 시퀀스 작동.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
More index jump scare. You know, like fighting the index, having one center targeted every time. I'm glad we're just fighting these guys and not proxies, you know? Although one day, hopefully we'll see Gloria again.
전부 본인의
어디 시험해 보지.
For violating the prescripts? No. Well, no, what do you mean? More that the prescript sent these guys here to run into us and then to die?
나쁘지 않고.
Nice.
일시방장.
Thought he was gonna lose that for a second.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Proxies are probably way too much for now.
지원하지.
무슨 일 있었던 겐가?
Not for us. We got such a bag of tricks to use.
감상은 어떤가요?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Wait, if we get hit, Kira's making fun of us? Kind of fucked up.
이제야 친해졌네.
밑그림은 완성.
I'm just out here doing my best.
빠르게 치라도.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을. 영감이 떠올랐어요.
So there appears to be infighting between the gods. What other god do we have? I think we only know about Hermes.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은
지원하지.
관람 중에는 정수.
Oh, you can do the thing. We're gonna make art.
감상은 어떤가요?
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕히.
항상 저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
Yeah, that's one of those skills that will never get old.
예술적이네요.
Oh, you're right. It does have hands in it. Yeah, I guess I was remembering all the heads more than anything. Probably says something about me that we just shouldn't explore, you know?
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
들리세요?
Kelly, the Hindu goddess, Odin, Jade Emperor. We also have gods that are sinners.
기비아의 멜로디가.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I mean, Otis. Well, no, Odysseus wasn't a god.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬. 지금이다. 해골 바가지 거미 대가리. 차!
감상은 어떤가요?
고만고만하군.
You shall explain Odin Cliff, Elishu, and Jade Emperor Honglu. Odin is frequently pictured as missing an eye. Some folklore, Odin is the leader of the wild hunt. Every ego that Heathcliff has, besides his Zane egos, have a missing, obscured, shadowed, or damaged eye. Oh, this is Rian's home. This is Roland. This was his place. Right? That's like the same couch, the same table placement. It's just missing the crib in the corner. And the pizza box on this middle table. Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. There is though. Right? Looks like just any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. It's got bullet holes. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings, and dolls too. So it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Well, there's a lot of bloodstains too. Could something bad have happened in here? Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee, and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know. It's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. Really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every frame photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Rien. Last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. Oh, there is a picture of the waves. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? Found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Yeah, he got papooned. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기
Sangria.
위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금
사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에
Interesting music shift. After leaving Rien's quarters, we explored the index corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshu's memories back together. Oh, Pinky. Great work. Now that leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But the room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Ah, okay. Glad we could help. Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Ellen returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. And even though I was certain we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There's some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. Oh yeah. It's someone y'all have met too, I think. It was Ren. Must be another one who was severed by the Arayashiki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I tick-tocked, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So when you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yup. He used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard Araya was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshu's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? Having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school. Sausages cut like octopuses and tomogoyaki. It's simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF, didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. So octopus sausages, tomogoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Because it's adorbs, that's why. Something like this? What's that? Hey, octopuses are supposed to have 8 legs. Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, Kay. Oh, look at that blade. Isn't it all the SD once it goes... Or yeah, same difference once it goes down the gullet? Why is this so important? Wait, you said fake knife? Let Araya cook. But, mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? Means I don't understand. That's when you say IDK, Mom. SMH. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshu and Araya shared. The sinners, me, and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. Yikes, man. Before Ryoshu, the most important part of those memories remained sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of her memories together by going over these places... Do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, cockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. In Mersault, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments... So, there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures they'd send more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Oh. Wolf mask? It really is, as Maestro Emile Benoa said. This place is already occupied. You would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Fauvist we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of faux civility. Sure you're at the right address, lady? Robo-Unk's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly, I was reminded what Vrienne said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What? What is that? The Fauvist got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Arayashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Ruffo? Oh, we have furries! No, don't go saying awoo! Oh. Yoshihide, the blade, coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Alright, now you guys can woo. Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unesthetic AM. Animal masks? As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply. And Raitu rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know. She's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the School of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb, or big sibling of the middle. Verily, that maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or a stroke of ill fortune, even Lahang. No, don't say that, please. Alright, well, hold on. Pre-nerf or post-nerf? Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lahang. Her chances are ho-hum. Half or more? I like those odds. Half or more. Dude, really? Outmoded has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why, everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. They were quite on point with that assessment. His Ovior recovered from the house for more tools than art, the sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. Well, hold on. They're kind of doing the same thing, aren't they? Like, they're making weapons out of animals. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and called them art. Now, I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. What I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferocity with which you scarred the walls and the floors, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnants that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that, once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold. Unfettered like a beast that roams free, we dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call le fauve, the wild beast? These are the subject matters that have led us fauves into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than that you have may learn from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher? Not a real one, anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the ring's arts, or not, I can't remember. Then will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the site you claim to have seen clue you in? No, it did. I do understand. Oh, is she gonna say something about Hellscreen? Her art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Her blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. More keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash, truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell, reflected in their eyes, and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead, obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I want to forward you another long-winded lesson. Fishy readied her scabbard. Pointillist, Fauvist, Suprematists, La Retours, Cubists. I visited my share of the Ring's galleries, heard their commentaries. but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's, you're trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is won by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains. Oh, that's what you call the Raya. And it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this, a minimalist manifesto? No. My aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. Bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. For this stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there's no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I'll suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Damn. Oh, her eyes are glowing blue. Please do. Though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of lay Fauvism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Protected. So bleed sinking. The ring is docent of Fauvism. Turn start 2 protection for every allied Fauvis students of the ring. If this unit used critique in this encounter, gain 2 protection, heal 5 sanity instead, starting from the next turn. A lower than negative 15 sanity, double the sanity healing effect. There are no allied students of the ring, gain 2 fragile. Immediately before getting hit by a skill that has 1 attack weight, there is an allied student of the ring. Have the said unit take the attack instead, 2 times per turn, excluding assist units. Turn end. Of the turn this unit used critique, if an allied Fauvis student of the ring was defeated in this encounter, fill its vacancy with the same student unit. Every turn start, the student that refilled the vacancy due to this effect gains the number of allies defeated in this encounter, fragile and offense level down, max 10. The Fauvism colors savages. Combat start, inflict 1 palette vibrant next turn. Take plus stack times 5% damage from the ring faction units. The attacker is in the ring school of Fauvism faction, take plus the stack times 10% damage instead. Wait, it's more? Combat start, gain stack, +1 bleed, sinking, bleed count, and sinking count. Combat start, this effect expires, have malt colored, rouge, and blue. Stacks on this unit rounded down. Touchy Hardy. While this unit has this effect, double the amount of HP and SP damage this unit takes from bleeding and sinking. Woven claws, lynx claws, and even those of turtles. So minuscule yet intricately arranged, but a bold expression. For the colors, you get more vibrant. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose, and we, les fauves, are the ones who awake and express the variety of those that we call wild beasts among them. Mentorship. Randomly apply offense level up and defense level up to her allies. Turn then, if an allied student is staggered, recover them from stagger. What the fuck? All attack types infinity resistances for the students who recover from stagger due to this effect becomes fatal for the next turn. If a student isn't panicked, heal their sanity. Man, she's all about teaching. It's kind of cool. Casque de Fauve. Imprint Vital. In the effects of fixed panic. Turn end, if this unit is in panic, reset sanity to 20. At 70% HP, gain a new pattern. Remove all effects other than those exclusive to this unit. First turn start of the new pattern, gain a Le Fauvism Masque de Loup. Minimum max speed +1. Inflict +1 more blinking and sinking potency. Before hitting a target, does not have sinking, inflict +2 sinking count. And then bleed count. One might ask, what even distinguish the Les Fauves from factions such as Heishao's, Hardcore Pacts, and more that incorporate beasts into their identities? Reasonable query. Of that there is no doubt. To that I say we are distinguished by the transcendence of beastliness into artistic costumery. While the Heishaos have mindlessly... What is it? Oh, jammed into their anatomies, disregarding their aesthetic qualities. Vehement overpainting.
감상은 어떤가요?
So she's got like a pink shield. Oh no, it's one of the students taking the damage for her.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
No.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
아차!
Imagine she can transform like Radia. So it's not good letting her inflict statuses too much or she ramps up. Counter power +1 for every 6 bleed, plus sinking on target, max 3. Slash lose, doesn't staggers, doesn't trigger sinking. Unbreakable, inflict, touchy hardy. It's kind of a crazy name for a skill, isn't it? Or a status effect.
어디?
You're back. Welcome back. Good luck.
노력은
This fight doesn't seem so bad.
지원 시퀀스 작동.
아이씨, 짜증나.
살감의 덕질. 나쁘지 않아요.
나쁘지 않아.
All we gotta do is kill the students, beat the teacher.
자!
비뚤어졌구려.
아르카나 비트. 남았어도 이 정도쯤은
무슨 일
Whoa,
있었던 건가?
what are you doing? Let me a taste of that what you call aesthetics. They're all just flashable counters. Critique. Target fixed on use. Flash power +2 for every type of negative effect on target, max 12. Target has Palette Vibrant, Clash Power +6 and deal plus 100% damage. The target is equipped defense skills while having Palette Vibrant, Clash Power +6 and deal minus 90% damage instead. Clash lose the damage from the skill does not stagger the target. On hit does not trigger sinking. Unbreakable coin on hit, reuse this coin max 2 times. On hit after losing a clash, reuse this coin max once instead. Does not trigger a target has equipped defense skill. Click 2 bleed and +2 bleed count, sinking as well. So if we have Palette Vibrant, then we should probably be using a defensive skill. So does Rishi have any unique
너무 오래
effects?
보고 있지 마라. 홀려버려도 구해주지 않을
No.
텐.
관람 중에는 정수.
4 to 8. Well, this doesn't seem so bad.
대가리 딱 떼고.
Oh wait, does that make their counter go off?
짜증나게.
Oh, it doesn't. Ooh. Alright, her effects look amazing. Very big fan of that animation.
한 사람의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
보여드려야겠군요.
예술적이네요.
왜냐면 예술을.
지원하지.
Alright, she's down to 1 fragile. Or up to. So am I looking for status effects? Yeah, this Unbreakable Coins did work on us, didn't they? I feel like this fight might become... or might come down to... evade being... like, very useful. Luckily, we do have 2 very good evade IDs.
영감이
파우스트,
떠올랐어요.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
저희 뼈로 틈을 잡 혈관에 둘게. 나쁘지 않아요.
And all the
이제야
AoE, yeah, like I
친해졌네.
said, all the AoE we have is gonna do work. I think we just killed all of them.
통상 배터리 일시방전.
Oh, nope, there's one more.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
이제야 완성되었나?
지원하지.
Ooh, all alone. Do you get pallet? Oh, so this Mask de Lou, I bet she puts the mask on. There we go. Target has 3+, 6+, 9+ mauled, rouge, and blue. Inflict 2, 3, 4 palette vibrant instead. Alright, so she's got some unbreakables. So who are we okay taking that? Oh, Kira's gonna eat 2 of them. Hey, you know what? Hats off to you, Kira.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로
She's really become a team player in this Intervollo.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh, oh, that's awesome. See all the paint on the ground? Wait, why'd Gregor get hit? Did I miss one? Allow me a taste of that, what you call aesthetics. We should end up staggering her. Hopeless. Only need a 24. Oh, he's painted all over, isn't he? Oh, he's got Vibranche.
점 찍었네.
Easy stagger. Alright, so the mask is going on. Worthy of the privilege to behold my prized needle work.
지원하지.
Ooh, the violin. Did you hear it pick up? Oh, she's got 2 new skills coming up. Alright, so who do we want? I mean, we have the closing time because this is just such huge damage. I think it's fine if they take those hits because they have evades later on.
어디 시간을 보지.
그 소재 가져갈래요. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
Alright, this is good damage.
그럼 안녕히.
항상 저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
Oh.
지금이다.
Yeah, she's got a lot of really cool animations. Oh no, Dawn.
지원하지.
Yeah, how do you like that art? The thrill of inspiration. Can clash with this skill regardless of speed. On use, final power +1 and deal plus 10% damage for every type of negative effect on the main target. Max 6 and 60% respectively. Clash wing, deal plus 10% damage for every type of negative effect on target, max 60. Clash will use a deal minus 75% damage. If like, is that supposed to be 2/3 plus stacks of rouge and blue? Damage from the skill does not stagger and sinking stuff. Holy shit. On hit without cracking, inflict 3 bleed plus 3 bleed count. Same for sinking. On hit, inflict 9 mold color rouge, or rouge and blue, and 1 touchy hardy. Man, the violin work is so amazing. This might be one of my favorite tracks. Just go ahead and dodge that. Here's clashing and taking a hit for us. You know what? I think yours is alright.
하우스트, 신진화의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
Ooh. That status effect.
저의 뼈로 틀을 잡고 저의 살로 채워넣은 외면의 예술. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
Swing just has the best themes for some reason. I don't think you can count the middle out. You know, they got the middle finger Tojo. That's a really good one. And then Matthias's theme. You know, for Painter, I kind of feel like she's wasting a lot of paint. It's kind of slapping it around on the ground. dodge. Using it to be as a pogo stick there. Uh-oh. But the palette of color is out of this world. Whoa. Burst forth the pulsing crimson under your skin. Unfocused volley with the bajillion attack weight. Prioritizes targets that have palette vibrant. The skill does not trigger defense skills, excluding clashable guard. It can clash with the skill regardless of speed. On use, final power +1 for every type of negative effect on the main target, max 6. The main target has a vibrant, clash power +6. Target has vibrant to deal plus 100% damage against each target separately. The target is equipped defense skills while having vibrant to deal minus 90% damage instead. Plus 10% damage for a type of negative effect, max 60. Clash lose, gain 5 damage down, 5 paralyze. Oh, she got the Lahang treatment before she even came out. +17 speed. Wait, Kira, you got this? Alright, how many people have Vibrant on them? Ryoshu?
조금 멀리서 눈으로만 감상하시길.
Maybe I should just evade with people I can.
대가리 딱 떼고
색색이 화물하고 아예
Alright,
기억
unbreakable
못하게
time.
하려는 길이구려.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Alright.
지원하지.
This character is pretty damn cool. It's a shame she's gonna die. Probably. There's no way she escapes from this, right?
영감이 떠올랐어요.
The hang after effect.
소재 가져갈래요. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
It's so funny just seeing that.
고만고만하군.
Ryoshu, use Ryushiki.
파우스트는 이번에야말로 완성했어요.
Good memories.
마에스트로님께서도 인정할 수밖에 없을 완벽한 걸작을.
He's very balanced. That felt kind of easy to me. I don't know. Yeah. See, you're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. Already answered that. But you'll need time. Under the Fauvist wing, at least you can fully cultivate your movement. Perhaps... I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm, as though to strike us in her final act of defiance. Then slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for mid-sentence. The docent suddenly went limp, like a marionette whose strings were cut. Oh, you think the maestro is gonna come? Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we are made foes with yet another finger, the ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? Well, Kira existed. I see this as a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out there, here, everywhere. Sir Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. This is more like it. We'll have to freak out over a mere BB anymore, long as we're with Clock. Ha, don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly. For the joy of my compatriots is my own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we have a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who is 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. I mean, what if she destroyed the door just to make noise so somebody else can find us? Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked out through the door we'd entered through, and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me, the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. Oh, the original Dihui Star. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and back streets. Huh. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Across the broken door we might. However, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point, no matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? The rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Radia. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the Elcourt branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword, it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Oi, wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. The Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other. It was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude toward sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? Radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk, that of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right into this room. That wolf lady's last words. Man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, Heathcliff. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon reveals itself. It cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Arayashiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryoshu's memories. Ah, we were really getting somewhere. Jeez. The thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay, we'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. For Araya. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshu's memories. Hey, back on the bus. You spamming that why you go? Yeah, that's pretty sad. You know, piecing Araya back together little by little. And then gone again. But I like what Ryoshu said, forgotten, not lost. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every backdoor within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? No, Gregor. I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Oh, he's talking about W Corp. Right? A wing war? Must you ask to know? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. Oh yeah, and L Corp. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the Aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus Company the Aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking? Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics. We didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict. So we instead decided to have Ryoshu's memories and sword re-examined. Wait, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Percy sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Dude, she's gonna trigger the vets and speed up classes. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such a mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. I've been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that, I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired of the two sinners' alternating turns hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis. I managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Dude, he's so humble. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR, now. Test results? You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I am attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. You just now be that boss? It took a while? I thought the boss was pretty easy. Ha, you think Yoshihito would ever use known acronyms straight? What if it's something like, sheesh, that's a full day, unwind after work though. And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Sode? Effie? Would have asked in the past tense, had it been him who I was referring to. Oh, because he's dead. I'm guessing he means pilot? Glad Miss Sode wasn't here for that. That kid, right. I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? That she did. Among other miscellaneously deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. No! Fie upon it, dost thou say that the memory is most precious to young Ryoshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that. If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Arayashiki, or, to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. That's so. Risha looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya and Ryoshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragment of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sinner Ryoshu's memories are to be erased as a cost of using Arayashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryoshu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She can use it whenevs, as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? Wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking. It was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? Performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes. According to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshu said, forgotten but not lost. Clock. You've just stepped foot into the world of Sangria. Oh no. She flashes the briefest of smiles, then scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the golden bough will restore it. What used to be here, in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. Rishu's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. 2 more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sode and Pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. With all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, Oh, back on the bus. Kind of feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning. There isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Wait, we're taking Kira? ... Heh. Between the two individuals who are looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked Team Leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door, and it will bring you right to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there is a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nods? Wait, she's saying nods? So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did ya? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? Told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. Thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the... Not right. The person in charge of the training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I best include this in the reports. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. See us go? Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I'd appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. I can't wait for another checkup Intervollo. While I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SYL, see you later. Did I do that right? Chronomize it into L. And call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. For the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer toward a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh, right. Where are we headed next? And Court. Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgil. Ah, now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Oh, just you wait. Virgil gave me a faint, knowing smile, as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Let me just say that it's high time we faced such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we're now en route to N-Corp. So we are going there after all. N Corp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. Herman. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with N Corp, Mersault, who probably had the most amount of history with the Wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing, vroom vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. We did it. I assume we have enough for the new ID. For one of them.
기능보다 소재의 원본을 드러내는 방향으로 겉면의 결착 염색.
That was a really good Intervollo. No Maestro fight. I think we'd lose. Uh-oh. Alright, well I can't click that or else Millie's gonna get me. Do you think they nerfed the fight? What's the update for? Might just be a bug. Bug or two. Yeah, what? Weird. Yeah, that was a really good Intervollo. They did a lot of setting up for the future too. A conflict with W Corp looming in the distance. I think I really like what they did with Gregor specifically. And it makes me, and at the same time when how they handled Gregor and like Otis not being able to accept the fact that the war isn't over, I don't know if that means there's like, if for Otis there's more going on, or if she just really does not want to accept it. The patches Dante note stuff? Okay. Because Ellen is the localized name of both. Wait for team leader and Alan. The Night in the Owls. Capitino. The spread of Alan was swapped with Alan in Canto 8 due to files and the codes being spaghetti. That's really funny. Oh yeah, Dante's notes. What did we get? Uncategorized the sign. Crimson sign or a mark that I've seen on a few people, one of them being Sinclair. It appears that Sinclair's sign has the power to summon a version of himself from a period forward in time. I said it was a possibility of a certain future, or something akin to an offshoot event of an offshoot world. Certainly felt distinct from having him wear an identity from a mere world. Damien's enigmatic words were the first thing that came to my mind when Sinclair first awakened the power of his sign, that he would return when Sinclair becomes one with beautiful stars. Is drawing all 3 strokes of his sign not what Damien meant by soaring into the sky? Having unshakable faith in the power of the heart? Well, what else could it be? It hurts my head just to think about it. If only others could see the signs too. I would have asked something for their input. That reminds me. Didn't Sonia say something to Radia about her not having the sign or being unable to see them? Other than myself, the sinners are the only other people in the world who were there for that conversation. Sorry. And it's clearly not a good idea to bring this up to Radia. So, who should I ask? I mean, I guess if Damien does a jump scare again, ask him. Alright, hey, this is going to be another crazy phrase. Requesting your most rigorous meat. Do some funny stuff with that. Cream. Yeah, great Intervollo. So yeah, I guess next week probably just do like a mirror dungeon run with the new ring IDs, which they go really well with, you know, the ring nurse father. Maybe finally we can get his skill 2 enhanced to pop off a little bit more. If fun Intervollo and you still want to know why they had a second kindred die, they probably took it. Yeah, the Falvists are kind of psychopaths, huh? You know, wearing like animal parts, using them as weapons. A bit bizarre. Although, you know, I say that, but I guess technically people also wear, you know, like more processed animals, so yeah, but how? I mean, took it down, I guess, killed it. Yeah, that's true. Virgil does have eyes of a blood fiend. And like Rose said, Vlad at Tepis Teeps. I think the weirdest thing about that Intervollo for me is how it hit on a lot of, I guess, kind of the grief I'm going through. With the passing of my cat. Man, 26 years is crazy long life. I was a little worried I wasn't going to be able to make it through this Intervollo, but we did it. We got Gregor back on his feet. I don't know. Hey, things are kind of looking up. But we'll go ahead and call it a stream. Thank you guys for hanging out and all the well wishes. I really do appreciate that. Look at this. Rest in peace, Molly. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your day and or night. I will see you in the next one. Peace.